What have we here? A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Закрыто.
Hey, up here, piggo.
Стоп. Так, в мене є магнезія для моралі, для хпшки. Ця штука. Ха.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce.
Так.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Так.
Peyton, my maiden name. I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Це цікаво.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
Блять. Що вони такі жартівники всі?
I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
He's trying to signal something. He wants you to play up your condition.
Ясно.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines Group. Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is a single fertile landmass, the fourth largest island in the world. It is not an archipelago.
Okay, if you want to get technical. The point is, we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another, especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Ravachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. Before you do, it would be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather more info on this boat of hers.
Давай. Go in for the kill, sucker.
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is. It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Сука, ты доебался.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain. white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Так. А що це за такий закон цікавий? Добре, то хуйня.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Так.
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator.
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A?
Так.
33A, this old proletarian haunt here. As I said, plenty of people drive boats of all social strata.
Сука, 28%. Що мені робити? Блін, я спробую. Якщо треба буде перезавантажусь. Так.
Your synapses flesh.
Yes. Success. Бля, ну тут складно. А, блядь, спробую все.
Okay, it is anti-centennial. I assure you, they drove quite a hard bargain for this space, but you're right. I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my fast, lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat.
Все ж таки зізналася.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is...
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for resident 33A? This old proletarian haunt here? As I said, plenty of people drive boats of all social... Yes. Anyway. Oh my. The...
Detective.
Then what does that... 33... Yes.
Бля, я
Anyway.
міг вибрати тільки один варіант. Сигер. Добре, похер.
Good. What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
Ага.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain. Saint-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Реал? Все ж таки якийсь французький вплив є. Чи де ще є реали? В Іспанії? I don't remember. Так.
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary, but they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samoan and Insulindian Islas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation and madness have gone into this endeavour. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Ніхуя собі.
They started. Centuries of care, deliberation and madness have gone into this endeavour. Vessels pass through the great
Бля, я
unrest
не
to
можу спитати
re-emerge with
по-іншому.
apricots in
Цікаво.
tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
Справедливо.
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? We built this district.
We. There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions. The plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP. Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
Так, ще ми можемо дізнатись.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol.
Як завжди.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself.
But I am derailing us. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
No way. She's more. She can make decisions.
Ага.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Стоп. Все ж таки там був хтось тяжкий.
What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now.
Бля, а ми думали, що гіганта не може бути. Рофл.
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Ага. Бабла хочуть.
Mr. Clare told him to, how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes, extremely. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. Mr. Clare fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator. Mr. Clare, fuck off, midget. Keep in mind,
Бля,
this is
те
a
саме.
negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before. There are leaflets everywhere and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Ніхуя собі.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
An opening gambit, surely.
So I hoped. But this type of opening is usually followed by a more reasonable offer. I have yet to hear one. Just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates, the one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Окей. Що б це не означало? Я не знаю, що таке маньяна.
No, wait. The chief negotiator heard it from a man at the gates. Surely the Wild Pines Group has more effective channels of information. After all, 2,200 people are on strike. This is a big deal for them.
Цікаво, цікаво.
There are leaflets every work.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines, just so you understand,
An opening gambit, surely.
they're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever...
Excuse me, from whom did you...
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates, The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out. No, wait. The chief negotiator heard it.
There are leaflet every work.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy. Personally, I agree. It lacks the pizzazzo of every worker a member of the board. It's quite simple, just so you
An opening gambit, surely.
Так, ну це ми вже пробили.
That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who, so I hoped. But this type of opening is usually followed by a more reasonable offer, and now,
Excuse me.
I felt
This, no, wait.
there are leaflet every work.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand. It's quite simple, just so you
An opening gambit, surely.
That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is I'm not sure. And now,
Excuse me.
I felt
This, no, wait.
there are leaflet every work.
Most of the workers probably.
Fortunately, they explained it. Just so you
An opening gambit, sure.
I'm not sure. And now,
Excuse me.
I first.
This check, no, wait. The chief negotiator heard.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
She's being sarcastic. Don't take her performance literally.
Так.
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
А того звали як? Це Едгар, а то Еверард, господи.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say...
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
Бля. Один варіант краще іншого. Ну, це очевидно не факт. І це очевидно не факт.
Of course, officer. Everard?
She's being sarcastic.
Of course not. Everard is fantastic. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Have you seen him? Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like... It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see. With a funny... Of course. Everard...
She's being sarcastic. Don't take her performance literally.
Of course not. Everard is... He is the most corrupt individual I have ever... Yes, it's how they circumvent the term limit. Of course. I'm glad you asked.
Опа.
There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Так.
Disappear?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Угу.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
I'm glad you asked.
Disappear?
Yes. On the last day, downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what the point of the present...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am.
I'm glad you are...
Disappear?
Yes. Does it? The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. The point of the...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Бля.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
'Twas stolen by some artist, surely. Best to pin the blame on them. Everyone knows you can't trust artists.
Ага.
Everyone knows you can't trust artists. They're nearly as bad as clowns.
Цук. Бля, тут складно.
You mean someone stole your badge? Some Arlequinos, you say? I'm afraid what I need to tell you is anything but fun. I really need to discuss it, however, with the RCM, and I need your badge for that.
Unbelievable, sire. Even the Arlequinos didn't work. Everyone knows you can't trust artists.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Так, що мені сказати?
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please.
Бля, і що мені сказати?
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Сука.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Бля, а я можу спробувати це по-другому зробити? Бо 28% шанс це дуже мало.
Of course. But before we do, officers, let me be... The situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, the better for all of us. Of course, Detective.
Hey. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too? So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is, you've woken up from 1,000 years of slumber, promising to erect a version of communism many times greater than any
Привіт.
attempted before.
Мені дуже подобається, я тупо заліпаю. Вона прикольна, реально. Типу, вона там якісь нагороди вигравала. Я про неї чув, просто до цього не грав. Тут мені подарували, то чому б ні? Ти бачиш, гра дуже класна.
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Бля, що тут сказати?
Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate mankind.
Бля, ну я не раз не комуніст. Можливо, герой?
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Так.
Failure. It's about failure. Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb stomped and pissed on. until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed
Дякую,
armies
Андрій,
of
дякую.
nations and the love of your own mother.
Ну блін, так, але що робити? А який вихід? Української тут немає. Я, звісно, ну, типу, англійську нормально знаю, але тут місцями реально закручують так літературно, що всратись можна.
You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last
Ні, ну
communist.
якщо є, то я поставлю. Я просто не певний, що є. Більш старі ігри я не знаходив фанатської української, на жаль. Ну тобто навіть Відьмаку вона не до кінця. Що вже казати про таку гру, вона з якого року? 17-го, 19-го? Щось типу такого.
Now get to work, comrade.
Так, ну давай спробуємо.
Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready. Too late to back out now.
Сука.
You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs. It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
Блять. Лул.
Fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachot's problems?
Треба подумати. Напевно, так.
Yes, them, but also Wermen.
Що?
Wermen, men of Wer. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Woo men need to go back to the fucking kitchen.
Єбать. Засуджу.
That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that women need to know their place. Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others won't say, the good things, you've said them many times. Okay, yes, let's call it that. Good thinking.
Бля.
That sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, brota.
Бля, я можу оптин і там, і там?
For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the women too often. That's why you're the head and I am the stomach. Of course you are, Bruta. Of course.
Так. Сейф. Так, що мені це дало? Якщо я перезавантажусь і спробую другий варіант.
Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey. You, yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich. Okay, not in so many words, but don't deny it. You're about to rip off that mask of social democracy and reveal the everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have failure? It's about, of course you do. You are failure. You are communism. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb stomped, shat on. While everyone else is out partying, having a callous laugh, you will reverse the fortune of the world. You alone, against every... You now get to work, comrade. Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over, unless anyone has no objections. It's mathematically impossible to achieve a classless society. Everyone knows this. Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one? There's no one. Okay then, lie down and let the water carry you downstream.
Так, і мені це нічого не дало. Ну, добре, я просто зроблю ще один з... Стоп. Я не відкрив ці проблеми. Добре, добре.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, brota. Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow. The vows are blurred and flesh. Lower intestine. The term is fascism, brota. Many things, but it's mostly, yes, them. But worm, that's what fascism was. Stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. Okay, that sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that. You're going to keep your views, right? There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your intestines, knocking on your alcohol incore. It is one of betrayal and disappointment.
Так, тобто... Окей. Так, лод. Це. Хай буде так. Я от просто не розумію, що це за... Нахуя воно треба? Я поки що не зрозумів. Тобто бонусів ніяких. Навпаки, навіть мінус. Ясно. Значить не треба. Так, а що якщо ми знову спробуємо?
Good. I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol.
Feelings will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible. Trust me, officer, I am fully committed to resolving this impasse. This isn't some side gig for me.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
Officer,
Ooh.
you know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting it. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something. The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lot.
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance and, not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Та ні, це хуйня. Я просто завантажусь. Цікаво.
You're back. I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've.
Feelings.
Сука. Це взагалі можливо?
You're back. I'm afraid I can't say any more until.
Feelings.
Та що ж таке? Алло, у мене ж 28% шанс, це ж не так погано.
You're back. Good. I'm afraid I can't say any more until.
Feelings will guide the way.
Скільки мені не вистачило? Мені треба 11.
You're back. Good. I'm afraid I can't say any more until.
Feelings will guide the way.
Та чому я так мало викидаю? У мене не такий низький шанс. Алло. Я можу просто спочатку бедж знайти, це дуже легко насправді.
I'm afraid
Добре,
I
ще
can't
2
say
рази
any more
пробую.
until we've taken care of formal.
She's a
Whoa.
negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martin.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right step. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost.
Detective, a word. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance and, you know, not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching. I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional, after all. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, Matt?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Huh. Interesting.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Так.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Ого.
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
Так.
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, Here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
Mm-hmm.
The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to...
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done. Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Окей.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Doesn't matter who I am. Now go on, get out of here. Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the east.
Mm-hmm.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. The door rattles.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Ha! The police? No, I already told you. Go check the backyard.
Backyard door.
Так, а що якщо я використаю tools? Ой, не те. Так. lockers
Up here, piggo.
і containers, ясно, я не можу цього зробити.
A sturdy metal door.
Yeah. The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Так, we just want to know your name. Та-та, don't use the tone with me. Тра-та-та, let's start.
And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
A brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expressionism. The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her steering.
That was on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. Pig's not half as dumb as he looks.
The lieutenant, hatred, disgust, the woman.
That was on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first name basis with her, are we? Pig, have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity to defend her honor. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so... This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation. Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
She means the opposite.
Can't you tell? I haven't Yeah? Lying is cool, I guess. I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko. Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Так, це підказка чи ні? Бля, ще й автосейв мені захуярило. О, до речі, я ж можу відкрити цю хуйню. Ой. Так. Цей жакет мені дає Read the Corpse, а цей дає Suggestion, але мені не треба, в принципі, Suggestion. Так. Мені треба ще 5 experiences, можна щось левелапнути. Найс. Так, поїхали далі.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
От, можна погратися буде, до речі. Щось таке. Угу. Так, а що я ще можу робити? Це щоб відкривати контейнери, а це щоб відкривати. А, ні, це не так. Locked containers. І. Бля, це те ж саме. Піздець.
There must be another way into the building.
I knew I should have quit.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
Хе.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Huh.
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
Хто це міг бути?
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
You didn't answer the question. What were you...
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Це фейкове ім'я.
That's definitely not his real name.
Блін, навіть я можу таке здогадати.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Сука. Convince him to stay. Ну давай, спробуємо. Буду релоудитися. Стоп! Бля, я не можу вдіти, у мене ж на суджестів є. +1.
This is a
Success.
crucial time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains?
Але все одно, так і так.
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes, compassion and a hint.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
Та-та-та-та-та.
But hold on, what's that? For a split second, his hand lingers as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door.
Який нахрен стоун?
It's a sign.
Ага.
Good luck with the investigation.
Якийсь кирпіч, ша.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Так. Якісь кирпичі. Які нахрен кирпичі? А, ось цей.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity he doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments and the man can be in any of them. We'll just have to go in and see.
Так, добре, добре, добре. О, мені дали левелап. Я можу щось залевелапити. А поки що залишу. Так, у нас є ключ. А де ключ? Власне. Це сюди був ключ, так? Я можу зайти тоді? Чи ні, я спочатку хочу прогулятись. Хоча... Добре, похуй. Що це таке? Логіка. Так, ну тут, власне, ми за ним можемо вийти. Цікаво. А як мені? Чому я не можу зайти туди? А. Привіт, Анатолій, привіт. Добрий день тобі. Як ти сьогодні?
This door has been closed with a padlock. The chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11.
Дуже радий за тебе. Це дуже гарно. Таке чути від тебе.
It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Бля, 3%. У мене немає шансів.
No reply. No reply.
Так, я так думаю, що я не можу нічого зробити з айтемами, які в мене є. Оце... Це не... Коротше, ясно, я тупий. Я тільки не зрозумів, де ліхтарик треба використовувати, але я, напевно, ще не дійшов до того місця просто.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Так.
Do I have to open the door?
Господі! Блять! Це було несподівано.
О, гі.
Дякую. Стоп. А. Я сподіваюся, це на стрімі було видно. Анатолій, що ти робиш? Аж трохи голова заболіла. Блять. Так.
Did you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason. to
Фарт
get inside
жопки,
the
блін.
apartment.
Тільки дві речі могли визвати такий ефект: скрімер або вимикання світла. У мене вже півгодини, як не має бути світла, але. Коротше, я їбав цих обленерго. Вони такі непослідовні.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Так, ясно. Що це таке? Посткарт ще одна. Бідна моя жопа. О, тут можливо ліхтарик мені треба буде. Хоча не факт. А, стоп. О! Ну от, бач по красоті. Ну, типу, іноді прикольно називатись не собою, або якісь прикольні нікнейми вигадувати, а ти б уже був топ-донатором 500 разів, якби ти це до цього зробив. Так, можна з нею поговорити, ми спочатку подивимося все. Ага, тут комуністи були. Добре, з бабулькою побазаримо.
Give me a moment.
А, це вона! Це вона нас не пускала з іншої сторони. Така ж сама моделька.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me. Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Дякую, Анатоліч. Ти топова людина, я не знаю. Якби не ти. Я б навіть не знаю, що було б з цими стрімами.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways. If you could call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the cold room. It's barely bigger than a closet, but I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
Блін, наскільки в цій грі багато шарів просто, наскільки вона наче пронизує всю соціальну структуру нашого світу і її відображає. Це настільки глибокого аналізу і відображення я ще не бачив, в принципі. Це щось унікальне, мені здається.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Ага, вона подивилася на іншу сторону полу. Блять. Ну це не дота, я розумію. Це не дота. Ніщо не дота. Просто дота, знаєш, це як алкоголізм, або як наркоманія, або як звичка, яку ти якої ти не можеш позбутися.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny about that?
Дійсно.
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
28, окей.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Ask away,
Ого,
policeman.
нічого собі, скільки я можу спитати.
The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume. People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died, hopefully somewhere else.
Капець.
No one lives there. It's been empty for months. Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there.
Цікаво. Цікаво. Треба ще раз перевірити буде.
Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you? Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Деякі речі ніколи не змінюються.
Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
Ага. Астрологія. Вона реально переплутана, мені здається.
That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head as though to say, let it go.
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Прикольна бабка. Так, ну нам треба повернутись, виходить. Апартмент номер 10. Я не пам'ятаю, які з них які.
You hear someone walking
Ось, це
around
вони.
inside. rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Excuse me? Of course not.
You have plenty of reason to enter.
Те. Ніхера собі тут.
Oh, come on.
Well, that was easy.
Реально занадто просто було.
That was smart.
Так, що у нас тут є? Опа. А у мене які чоботи? Що мої чоботи дають? Блін, а які кращі? Я хочу ці черевики. Щось цими плоскарними треба робити. Ясно. Потім розберуся.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet? Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power, crafting your style, draping your flesh in silken leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world. Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these shoes has made you more liberal, ultra-liberal.
Ультраліберал, да-да-я.
They're either a gateway drug or a booster pack to get you deeper into free market ideology.
You should take it. Хіпногамма. Цікаво. Що воно дає? Де мене тут? Так розумію, що це десь тут же в цих слотах, де хилфа. Добре, потім розберемося.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see? Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too? Very well, but please make it quick. I need to be back in La Delta in an hour. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Так.
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent. But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry. I need to get it ready for the next lease. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a but that was Sounds like you've spent too much time undercover in some rock band.
Бля, схоже на мене.
It's not a compliment.
А, ясно.
It was some... But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that... Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall.
Бля, цікаво. Реально так що ж є.
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
Ясно.
The sum must have been puny.
Так, стоп. Тобто сума була незначна, але вона все одно сильно переживає з цього приводу. Так, що я можу зробити?
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
The radio computer wizards are invested with magical economic powers.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it. Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
Угу.
Of course.
Так. Так, і що в мене заданчко якесь з'явилося? Report back to the cleaning lady. Окей. Так, тут знайти чувака. Interrogate drivers. Тут поки що нічого. Ясно, поїхали. Інтерагейтити. Мені треба ліхтарик тут, правильно? А, ні, ще не зняв, бо в мене герой обісрався. Я зніму обов'язково. Стоп, так а де та дірка? Я не розумію. Вона не в цих апартаментах? Я щось переплутав? Ми тоді виходимо. Я ж бачив, коли ми розмовляли, типу.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. No reply. No reply.
Я просто не шарю, я ж тільки що, коли я з нею розмовляв. От, можливо, я можу ще раз з нею порозмовляти.
What now?
Мені А, це засвіти такі.
Of course.
Ясно, ясно, приїхали тоді.
Give me a moment. I see.
Спа.
I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
Так. No one is coming. There will be nothing but unless we start killing estate agents. Ой, що тут сказати їй навіть? Не знаю. Ну, можна, типу, перший або четвертий варіант. Ось.
Yes. Well, I hope they're good people.
Your statements are too vague to comment on.
Ясно. Так. Можна зайти сюди. А, це я таким чином вийшов. Так, ну тоді сюди зайдемо. Ага. Так. Пилочка. И бабки. Тут на що? No grocery list on the table. Так, чеки і список покупок.
What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here. Indeed.
За такі дрібнички дають мені навіть. Круто. Так, це вихід на вулицю. А тут куди? Вниз. А, через ці двері, ясно. Тут я скрізь був, правильно? Я просто не пам'ятаю, вже забувся. Так, я тут скрізь був. Тоді наверх. О!
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers, the iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Hope, disappointment, fear.
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Mm-hmm.
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it.
Ні хрена собі глибоко як.
Because white is the color of peace. Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways.
Ясно.
You are the big communism builder now. It's you or no one.
Просто взяли, мені мінус моральку йобнули. Ні, я не хочу юзати просто так. Що за приколи? Так, і того у нас є вибір на другий поверх. Ну, точніше, сюди вийти. Потім повернемося сюди. Що тут у нас? А, тут ця бабулька спала, здається. Або сіння, реально. Так, штані, які дають електрокемістрі і забирають реакшн тайм. Папки. Це?
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves, but here you are. Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil. Red-dyed heavy fuel oil is only used in government vehicles, or at least that's the idea.
Ага.
Ooh, not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner. It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
The inspiration will come to her once hell is set loose on the streets. It's too calm right now.
Єбать.
Does anyone in a city like this? Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens. Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it? What did he think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
Угу.
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy carriage. Ooh, not only have you found my address. Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
Я міг би попросити її про це, але... Добре, пофіг. Так, пішли назад. Так, сюди, так? Ой. Ага, кактуси. Прикольно. Так, що тут у нас? 29. 30. А нам треба 28.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security.
Блін, треба в туалет сходити. Так, що тут у нас? Що тут у нас?
Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something about the murder.
Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things. You got this.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Блін, і як я це згадаю? Угу.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably gone for today.
Так, ну треба запам'ятати тоді. Зробити ультрасейв. День 2, 9 вечора. Треба запам'ятати. Ой. А, це не так відкривається, ясно. Так, як тут вийти назад? Треба повернутися до тіла і потім піти гуляти далі.
Are you trying to sneak up on me?
Logic error. She's not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever. Trying to sneak up on me again. Trying to sneak up on me again.
Цікаво. Що це було? Що я по-іншому спробую?
Are you
Logic error.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to... Trying to sneak...
Добре, похуй. Якщо я просто нажму лів.
Logic
Pig's come to... Faggoty. Look at the ass on that. Trying to sneak...
Добре, просто залиши її в спокої. Скільки в мене до левелапу, до речі, наступного? У мене є один скілпоінт. Правильно? Ну, типу, можна все в візуалку запилити, бо це мій основний скіл. Так. Hello. Hello, bro. Congratulations. І скільки воно зараз коштує? Чи воно там не змінюється ніяк? В плані цінової політики. 450. Ну, це ще нормально. Дякую за привітання. Та нема за що, бро. Ти ж цього так хотів. Як тебе не привітати з цим? Тобто хіба я в ці двері не... Я ж не заходив, напевно, в ці двері і не говорив з цим чуваком. Що тут у нас? О! Точняк. Треба це еквіпнути. Можна тепер тару збирати. Не знаю навіщо. Ну, це буде складніше трохи. Знайти команду з 4 чоловік. Не знаю, навіщо збираю тару, я ж не бомж. Чисто бомжара. Хожу, бутилки збираю. Здати. Що з ними потім можна робити, я правда не знаю. Так, з цією дівчинкою вже говорив чи ні? Я вже не пам'ятаю.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
What kind of store is it anyway?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Books? Postcards? Easy. Even a kid would know all of this.
А продати? Ясно. Ну блін, я здогадувався, що можна продати.
Don't be a fool. As an expert, it's your duty to tell what you know to everyone.
Ага.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now. It's a bookstore, sir.
Books? Postcards? Easy. Even a kid would know all of this.
Віталіч так довго до цього йшов. Це реально ачівмент.
Yes, that's exactly it. You got it, sir. What about board games? Okay, sir. This was all very enlightening. Can I help you with anything else? It's a bookstore.
Ще може ще тут наговорити з нею.
Yes, that's exactly it. You got it, sir. What about board games? Okay, sir. This was all very... It's a bookstore.
Books?
Yes, that's exactly it. You got it. Okay, sir.
Бере.
This was all very
Те саме.
enlightening. Can I help you with anything else?
Що? Якби не Римка? А що там таке? А, допомогла? Блін, ну, респект тоді. Я не сумнівався в Ринці, що нам може допомогти.
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Реально. Сказав би щось. Бля, які відповіді, це піздець.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. My name is Annette. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out. Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Ні, ну я готовий, в принципі, допомогти зі званням, але я ж кажу. У мене, блін, такі графіки цікаві нині. Тфу. От мали б вимкнути світло і не вимкнули. Пізді все пішло, я не знаю, як тепер, що тепер думати про ці графіки?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed. Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Ніхрена собі.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly, but we've been doing fine so far. They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses.
There must be an economic reason for this.
Ну, точно. Ось так треба.
Of course, sir. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals. And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
Як хто? А.
Head, yes.
Not head, child. Heads.
Так, flexibility, millions of different people.
Isn't that very dangerous? Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you.
О, 5 експи.
Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
О, оце можна зробити. Ще більший задрот. Ну, блін. Завжди можна стати ще більшим задротом, правда?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
Тільки дочекайся, коли буде розпродаж. Буде там щось 50, можливо, 100 гривень коштувати. Це реально дешево.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
Ну, блін, в Стімі доволі часто ці розпродажі приводу і без, так що це не складно. Так.
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
Я вже підозрюю, що там відбувається в Стімі. Так.
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that. Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
Так.
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life. Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
А я знав, що так буде. Анатолій він такий. Щедрий, добрий. У наш час досить рідко.
haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though. Sometimes they break up for a little while, but then they always get back together. I haven't read many. I'm sure she can help out. Anything else you're curious about? Maybe some about other books? Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
І то правда.
But it does make the famous people more famous.
І то правда. Сука, наскільки... Боже, це просто мозок ламається, наскільки це все продумано.
Okay, sir. Hello again, sir.
Шок пройде. Шок пройде. Просто зачекай трошки. Ну це ж не такий тип шоку, якого треба тікати. Так, компаужер. У мене є щось на компаужер? Ой. Так, close. Suggestion, rhetoric, logic. О! І правда є. Мої старі чоботи.
Hello again, sir.
42%, ну це дуже круто.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Так, мені треба зробити тоді. Ага. Так, ну точно не третій варіант. Перший або другий варіант. Я думаю, другий варіант.
What rats? I just read books. Haven't seen a rat in this building in forever. Maybe they're just afraid of books. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
Я спочатку завантажусь. Я проїбався трошки.
Hello again, sir.
The girl keeps her hand.
What do you mean, sir?
She looks around. The lieutenant stands by, looking. She brings out a...
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
Так.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Because you usually aren't. I'm sorry, sir. I hope things get better soon.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar. Somehow, there's something you're missing.
Ага. Suggestion ще треба, suggestion. Так.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Бля. 17%. Так мало.
You have absolutely no idea.
Так, а ну. Я можу ще щось на suggestion надіти? Фух. А. The composure. Ось.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Ага.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time. You've been running around all week, sir. Sometimes without your shirt on, asking people questions. I haven't really understood what about. Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, but you don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant.
Бля,
You
я
were
ж...
probably gurning too.
Я ж і наркоман, єбать.
Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Oh, baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
didn't know I had to do that. I'm glad I could help you, sir.
Ізі, ізі. Так, що мені повернути? Що таке A Spirit the Corpse? Добре, похуй, буду ходити в цьому.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Oh, Man from Hyundai. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do. What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyundalaman, the man from Hyundal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
А скільки в мене бабок? А, у мене 11. Вона хоче 9. Ні, ну це дохуя.
Rows and rows of Hyundalamen blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundal and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundal, Return to Hyundal. And the solipsistic Man from Hyundal and the Hyundal Man. Maybe 100. Man from Hyundal and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hyundal and the false god. Man from Hyundal and the scorched earth. Man from Hyundal, the Hyundal colonies. Man from Hyundal and the swamp beast. Man from Hyundal and the snow crabs. Not even close. Man from Hyundal in hell. Man from Hyundal and the forest of slaves. Man from Hyundal under the lake. Man from Hyundal, Hyundal burning. There's even The Trial of Death, a pastoral combat game book set in the world of Hyundalaman, and so much more.
Change threshold. А ну спробуємо.
Nothing of interest.
Бля.
Only silence and the cosmic background.
Клятий Cosmic Background. Там 42% було.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular.
Oh, blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with... At last, someone sensible. However, I still urge you to buy one. Can't judge a book by the cover, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyundalaman, the man from Hyundal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Rows and rows of maybe 100, not even close. Man from Hyomdal in hell. Man from Hyomdal, nothing of
Та
interest.
капець, ну чо фейлюр, то за що? 42%, це ж нормально.
The display rack is brimming.
Oh, blood and violence at last. If you're a novice of the series,
Rows and maybe 100, not even close. Man from here, nothing of interest.
Та лол, скільки в
Only
мене вийшло?
silence and the
Чому в
cosmic
мене
background pain radiation.
Чому? Чому 9? А є в мене щось в інвентарі на цей трешхолд? Ні, немає. Ні, я забужу, 42% це дуже високий шанс.
The display rack is
oh, blood and violence at last. If you're a novice,
rows and maybe 100, not even close. Man from a twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Hyomdal in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. Between the throne and the Hyomdala man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hyomdal and the Devil Woman. The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyomdal novels.
І це також вартує 9. Блін, у мене мало бабок. Можна продати, в принципі, щось. Бутилки, наприклад.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography.
Mm-hmm.
Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children. Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
У мене тільки 11 реалів є.
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a pick-your-path adventure gamebook titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board games section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement. so it makes sense.
Піздець. Ото вже цінник. Так, що тут ще є?
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Note, reading about Dick Mullen would not actually make you a better detective. Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf? You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An Obvious Lie. Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower. The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's Funeral Pyre. The Murder of Dick Mullen. Oh no, turns out he faked it to solve a case. Yes, there's also The Dame Who Did It. Farewell, My Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Угу. 42%.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposed.
А я можу реакшн собі зробити. Ой. Що в мене є на реакшн? Мінус. Ось. Капає.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals?
Mm-hmm.
Then this is the book for you.
Так, ну вона дешевша. Так.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. you see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
I would say. The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power. A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education.
Тільки не я.
The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things. Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one? Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Okay.
Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
Ебать. Oh.
Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a run-down drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Капец. Майже якась думка була тут, коли я підходив. Бля, я перезагружусь трошки. Я вже зрозумів трохи, що з цим робити. Ну, типу, де бабки брати. У мене ж була якась думка, коли я підходив, реально. Сука.
The plaque on the shelf reads,
I would say the greatest, the book is also very daring. Certainly.
You feel like you should get this one. Browsing suddenly, a high speed next to that.
I really must. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you.
Ну тут реально є дуже дорогі книги.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme.
Тобто мені треба ця карта.
Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
Що? А, ясно.
You can, on Caillou, Revachon, a single black star, on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vimandu, on Archipelago. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce.
Ніхрена там людей живе.
History. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Sail is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East. Houdon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forburg. It's almost as bad and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world, you're still alive. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbour, even the whirling in rags there.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Так, я можу вкрасти. Ну, блін, 90 центів. А що, в мене є скіли якийсь інтерфейсинг, наприклад? Є в мене щось на інтерфейсинг? Ні. Ну, так і залишимо поки що, потім, можливо, куплю.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
Що?
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to and which costs more than this book, is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Бля, цікаво.
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And
Wow.
there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre- and post-factum apply. Nothing worth buying.
Цікаво.
Amidst the point of the book, various paranatural books still.
Піпець, наскільки ця гра багатогранна, це пізда. Як таке взагалі можливо?
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you.
Ну.
This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges. Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands, dance. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fishhead charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Я спочатку з нею поговорю, а потім зайду туди.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go! Get back there. The books await you. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl? Wonderful. Did you talk to her? Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
Hmm.
God, I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life. She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
Так. Так, стоп.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
Hmm.
She's been too busy helping me here, so she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into.
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne. It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure. He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent. Almost inaudibly so.
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
Так.
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand. Yes, I'm afraid so. Exactly.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Так, а де... Не можу тепер поговорити з нею?
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have...
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Так. Ні, я хочу спробувати ще раз. Ти-ти-тири-ти-тири.
I'm sorry, sir.
You just can't win.
А, це success був. Ясно.
Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
Що вона мені дала? А.
Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
Так, і що вона мені дала за шляпу таку? О, енциклопедія +1. До речі. З цією енциклопедією я можу спробувати тут залізти в цю.
Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
А, ні, стоп, не сюди. Чи сюди? Чи сюди.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Ні. Мені карти треба. Що я постійно путаю це все?
Several maps. The maps look old and this large map, Ozon, Lorenta, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. You can. 850 million people live on these little dots. The ocean breaks apart connections to other worlds. Words, you have little idea what they are.
Бля.
Distant stars, gods. But looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and
Все одно не вистачає, так? Всього на все +1 дає. Ну, нічого страшного.
You see.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now, please...
She speaks oddly enough. The more she tries to draw you away from... You see some kind of charm. This is a tradition. Inhabitant, aside from poking at it suspiciously, just as you're about to pull apart...
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers. No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just no! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous... I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't... Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's playing a role she's grown tired of.
Так.
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything? The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Так, і що можна з цим зробити?
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here. It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough. Oh, this! No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
Цікаво.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people. Doesn't seem like the spell is working. There are no customers around except you.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what to avoid.
Так. М. А. До речі, тут дві гарні думки є. Ось це і ось це.
Discount my wares? I can see, sir, that you don't value books very highly. Besides, this would only tempt the phantoms of doom. They can sense the desperation, you know. Oh, this! There are numerous...
Desert Pig doesn't seem like the spell is working.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and... You're right. A bookstore wasn't even my original plan. I actually wanted to sell esoteric paraphernalia to help to balance out this neighborhood's dark energies. My husband suggested otherwise. He said it's less stupid, more appropriate, cultured and all that. But being cultured doesn't offer any protection against the curse, does it? Maybe I shouldn't have listened to him after all. Oh, there are numerous spells cast...
Desert Pig doesn't seem like the
Sir, I am well educated in the... You're right. Well, my husband would definitely agree with you. He's the one... But being cultured doesn't offer... Oh, this! There are numerous...
Desert Pig doesn't seem like the...
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. Sir, this is a bookstore, not a strip club. No one would take us seriously if we put up some Besides, this would only... Oh, this! There are numerous...
Desert Pig doesn't seem...
Sir, I am well educated. My voice is trained to perfection by true sales professionals, good sir. I paid good money for those. Too much money, even. Oh, this! There are numerous...
Desert Pig doesn't seem like the spell is working. There are no customers.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do. You're right. A bookstore wasn't even... My husband being cultured doesn't offer any protection against the curse, does it? Maybe I shouldn't have listened to him after all. Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
Ой-ой-ой-ой, 97%.
Okay, but please, only a few questions.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta.
You're not lying. You're giving her peace of mind. The means are thus justified.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. You're no para-detective. You look nothing like one. And you're clearly a drinker. Pardon me for being...
You look like one. The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
How do you know?
Here we go.
Так.
Your parsimonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. The hand of fate guides us. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
Oh, certainly so, ma'am. I can assure you my partner is eminent in this particular field.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
Та-та-та.
Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney? Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? Probably just some office space. Don't be scared.
Nice.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh!
Цікаво, а тут можна щось використати таке? Мен? То мен? Цікаво. Я думав, що вумен. Так, що ми там по левелу? Ой, це не те. Ще не скоро. Що, заскамили тебе на скіни? Точніше, ну, типу, не дали скіни.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Так.
Only an echo. No one is there. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Detective, you're the one in charge.
Так. Отут можна застосувати Тарик. Що це таке? таке падбол. А ну, дайте перевірю. А, це для кидання. Просто м'ячик. Так.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
Що ти хочеш сказати, бро?
What is this place? No, it's a gym. Though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
Окей.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
Так.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore. You're right. The weight may fall out. No one does until they get smashed under the barbell.
А як мені його підняти? Мені треба physical інструмент. А в мене його немає. Є в мене щось таке, що дає? У мене навіть немає нічого такого. А, можна сюди вийти. Так. Бабки трошки. Це що таке? Skins with sleep steam. Ага. Ти думаєш, це карма? Я не думаю, бро.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here. Look, the skis and rotorblades both bear the same slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other. That's a good question. Reality is ruthless.
Так, reality is ruthless. Що це таке? Окей. Піпець тут бабла.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside. We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Так, потім. Оу.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy? The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Так, треба буде потім перечитати це сюди відправилось, правильно?
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
Окей. Як мені туди потрапити? А, ось так.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache. There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
Треба зберегтися.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Так, ну добре, спочатку. Що у нас тут є? Так, search for the... Окей. Спочатку можемо покрутити цей предмет.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
Ну, блін. А освітолю щось не пре. І що робити? У мене реально спробував. Мені здається, що може допомогти, в принципі.
You find the filament memory with the offsite copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Suliswaf.
Так.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
І не тільки виходить. Іра зазвичай сама не грає.
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer. Someone who owns a radio computer? My guess is as good as yours, officer.
Which is to say, not very good.
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
Так, що від мене хочуть? Та запуститься, чувак, ти що, знущаєшся? У тебе казго запускається. Це у тебе запуститься.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory. From there, you can equip it to a held slot.
Pry bar, окей.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old
Йопс
submarine.
today.
It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top
Physical
and
Instrument
an
3.
electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Мінус 20, pry bar is not strong enough. Ясно. Що якщо я цю штуку?
This orange machine is buzzing. You slip your if you want to.
Equip the pry bar.
Ясно, прайбар у мене сосе. Та запуститься, я вірю.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Бля, що мені робити з цим всім? Так, ну тут можна сюди піти, а можна повернутись назад. Бля, можна ще сюди спуститись. Ну так, тим паче. Так, це назад. Тут ми були вже? О. Окей.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
A thick layer of coal dust. It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
42%. А що буде, якщо я зроблю це?
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient.
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected. But malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello? Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
you hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
A thick layer of a hollow ring echoes through
Бля.
the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Ясно, я так і знав. Я так і знав, що це буде пісос.
A thick layer of cold.
У нас тут. Лол, я виліз тут. Прикольно. Так, ну я можу відключити це. І що мені це дасть, якщо відключу це?
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, an electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. This orange machine. This orange machine is buzzing like an old. A few bricks have fallen.
Я пам'ятаю, що тут ще. А, сюди. Точно.
Only the black cable is plugged into the breaker box, while the red one lies neglected on something close to you, dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing.
Так, і що я зробив, власне? Я нічого не зрозумів.
This orange machine is dead. The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge slowly melting. The
Блін, може я зарано це зробив, до речі.
Both cables are unplugged somewhere in the dark. A giant electric. This orange machine is dead.
Добре, я так чисто профлом роблю вже це.
The bear's eyes are still glowing.
Добре, піду тоді зарофлю і підемо назад.
This orange machine is dead. The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well, but the lid simply won't budge. You see the pry bar's metal handle bending right before your very eye.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open. I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what's in this mysterious ice cream maker. Only the red cable is plugged into the breaker box. An electric sizzle. Somewhere, a machine hums along with the current. Happy and contented.
Добре, перезавантажимося і їдемо назад. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой, ні-ні-ні. Нам треба ще сюди зайти і в цю кімнатку. Це ми куди попадемо? Так, тут хтось є. Добре, спочатку ми тоді сюди вернемося.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however. It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin, green welkin, dread welkin, and the high welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too. Just look at those details. So much effort.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Ніхуя.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
Ага. У мене він є.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe." This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kajran mosaic tiles. Very pesantic. History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
Так, і що робити з цим?
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Бля, алюзія знову.
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Так.
The dusty radio computer sleeps on its wired frame. The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth drawer, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Rapid Station 1.
Так.
Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Так.
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne. Now please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios. Now please tell me the reason for your call, Fortress Accident. Yes?
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the I work as a repeater. As for me, well, now please, yes.
She repeats password.
I work as, now please tell me the reason for your call, Fortress Accident. Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Fortress Accident. One more. Fortress.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? The filament you have inserted into the reader.
Жорстко. Що, графіті дали? Красава. Жартую. Щасливчик.
Yes. Is that the production schedule? If you are unsure, could you please take a look? Open the hatch on the compartment. Don't touch the wires. A current is running through it, but the core is safe. There's a filament inside. I need to know what it's called. Good. Please repeat the
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Still no. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder Fortress Accident.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Good. Please repeat the received.
Don't worry.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do? Thank you. And
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Так, ну я, значить, зарано все ще зробив. Я не знаю пароль.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of dye are you looking for?
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Так, піду схожу в туалет.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind? I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes? Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Creative.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble
Привіт,
with the
Іриночка, привіт.
law when he
Як
was
твої справи?
younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym as his way of giving back. Kuno. Who's Kuno?
А з чим?
Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
А, я такі їв, дуже смачні. Мені подобається.
Kuno. Oh yes, you mean the kid. I think it would take more. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
А я ось граю в Disco Elysium. Анатоліч подарував. Піздець ця гра затягує, це капець. Я вже сиджу в другий день і от сьогодні майже 5 годин.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
То Анатоліч красава просто. Будемо називати його меценатом.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
Тільки ти про це б не казала так відкрито, бо тоді це не буде сюрпризом.
Yes,
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
Ні, ну просто. Я розумію, просто сам факт. Ну, то таке.
You're right. It looks like you haven't let anyone near your hair in a long time. Yes,
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't.
Me neither. I just want it off my face. Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff medias. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Ну. Я, в принципі, стараюсь робити все, що можу з цього приводу. Сподіваюсь, я реально хоч трошки допоміг людині.
It's a sub rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. Oh, this one turns out.
What's...
And they never cleaned up the... Yeah, don't. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. At least it had some spark to it. Most young designers just combine lace with leather and call it original.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier. And naturally. Really? There used to be and naturally, all the most fashionable things. Actually, insects do have brains, but yes, I understand what you're saying. I think the protesters took it a little too far.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her.
Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head design. Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how, and naturally, at least it had... Anything else? They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is. The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Рис з яблучками? Ніколи такого не куштував. Це смачно? Треба спробувати. Дуже? Блін, ну тоді точно спробую.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those keys and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
They were just props. Why return them?
They were made. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions. Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is
They were just props. Why return them?
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral.
Молока і кориці? Нічого собі. Бляха. Який цікавий рецепт. Бля, ну кориця у мене, здається, є. Молоко не факт. Мені треба буде, щоб ти прям цілий рецепт. Якщо тобі не складно, мені в Discord кинула. Хочу спробувати.
That's understandable. Fantasies are serious things. The mind is the drawing board of history.
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seem to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
Дякую, дякую. Окей, розберемось. Я просто не знаю, коли в мене сьогодні світло вимкнуть. Мали вже вимкнути, ну воно досі є. Але то не факт, що воно буде. Тому що по графіку ми в червоній зоні.
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time. Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings. Anything else? Fortress, they were an interest.
That's understandable.
They certainly took their work. The usual. They're, well, they seem to.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
That's what I thought. Because when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something, and so is producing something extraordinary. Anything else? Fortress Act, they were an interest.
That's understandable.
They certainly took their work very seriously. Even the usual. Well, they seem.
She sounds almost.
Yes, in the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough. Still, not everyone is going to make it. That's the nature of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revo Show ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one. and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth.
Так.
And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Так.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand. And they already had the bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravishell Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast.
Ага.
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
Пиздец.
Do you? Well, good luck keeping it under control. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else? Another
Ні,
failed business, perhaps?
я ще не
I've
все
been here
знаю.
for a long hope. The play.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. Eventually, Ravishell Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Maybe, because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't doing his best, I mean. He said that the bear was his vision beast.
Sounds cool.
It's an imaginary by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all. Anyway, now you know the story of anything else? Hope the place.
Indeed. What were the other idea?
Of course not. Eventually, Ravishore Ice City lost the price war to its rival. Class A 5,000. Maybe. Because the taxidermist who made the bear definitely wasn't. He said that the bear...
Sounds cool.
Oh, I thought anything else? Oh boy, the place
Indeed.
that was written by mend booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing. Yeah, some people spend their whole lives chasing the hot one. You should have joined the gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the stand ready to scare off customers and hit on the girls. As if they didn't already have the bear. The bear. Of course not. Eventually, Ravishore iced the taxiderm.
Sounds cool.
Oh, anything else? Oh boy, the place
Indeed.
that was written by mend booth, I mean slump behind the counter, it didn't. And they already had the... Of course, eventually, the taxiderm.
Sounds
Oh, anything
Так, що
else?
то ще залишилось?
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
the doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
Точно.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. That's right. I haven't even written. That's right. Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure. What do you want to know? Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
Так.
What else? I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow?
Мгм.
All right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project.
Так.
And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Так.
I was just about to ask, what do you think? Do you think the curse is real?
Так.
Is it now? I've always thought it's a rather mundane and boring place with no supernatural surprises in sight. Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, let me know.
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful as far as we can see.
Так.
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or...
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
Так. Ну, на це в мене не вистачить ніколи можливості.
Wow, you work hard.
За прикол, яка нахрен помилка?
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride. That's just what it's like, life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco-Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it, day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a sprinter and a money printer. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die.
Ride or die, baby.
Ask yourself.
Yeah.
Are you rich? Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this? Why are you so poor?
Так, думаем.
The Goth man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't play the victim. Think hustler. Think with your head. That's right. 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gossamer state that is Revachol? You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. This tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus, there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. The Gossamer state's a myth. In total, the coalition government is taking 98% of all your money.
Yeah, but...
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
Так. I'm guessing...
It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you fucking forget it.
Так, і ще отримав. Мінус 2 емпаті. А якщо я перезавантажусь?
Wow, oh yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Look at yourself. You're a human. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are. It ain't easy. Sure, are you rich? That's right. You work harder than any. The Goth man has set himself up. Boo-hoo. The system is broken. Look, the immigrants are cool. Because of the taxes. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gossamer state that is Revachol? Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. Alimony. 98% of all your... What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it real. Keep it street. Keep foaming at the mouth furiously on the tax issue.
Так, а так, скільки? А, те саме виходить.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Коротше. Я думаю, на сьогодні достатньо. Піду в готику пограю. Бібліотека. Так, а що я хотів ще? А, я хотів забігти подивитись, чи там є хтось ще. А, екранчик підфіксити також треба. Нікого тут немає. Кого тут нема.
Nothing to plunder.
Так, і треба ще в іншу сторону збігати, тільки хай мене ватрас похилить трошки.
Halt!
What?
Just wanted to have a look at you. Oh well, you seem to have some money. Go on in.
Капець. Вже за бомжа приймають. Don't tell me that.
He can't keep anything to himself. Who says things like that? That's typical. I don't believe that.
That was no big deal.
Так, стоп. Налаштування. Range of view 100. Ну це ж нормально. Ой.
Hey, you! Can...
ХПшечка. 76 хітпоінтів, це дуже мало.
That's all just gossip.
Hey, hello, stranger. You must be hungry and thirsty. Perhaps I can interest you in my ware.
I was actually on my way to see the paladins.
There's little chance of that. Since the paladins made themselves at home in the upper end of town, hardly anyone gets in there anymore.
You mustn't believe everything you hear.
That's not what I heard.
Can you help me get into the upper quarter?
Me? No. I don't have much say here myself. There are a few people in the lower city who have enough influence to get you past the guards. Mateo, my boss, is one of them. Maybe you should talk to him.
I never knew that.
Where can I find Mateo?
You're standing right outside his shop. Just go on in. He's practically always there.
What about the other influential citizens?
The merchants and master craftsmen here on the main street are the most important figures in the city. You should try to get accepted by one of them as an apprentice like me. Since I started working for Mateo, the people in the city treat me with respect.
I need some money, and I'm looking for work.
I've heard that Bosper has trouble with his suppliers. His shop is right over there. They say he pays pretty well.
What do you have to offer?
At the moment, I don't have much choice. The damned landowner doesn't deliver anymore. And what we get from the small farms isn't enough to meet the demand.
That's really not my problem.
Tell me more about the peasants' revolt.
It's quite simple. Onar, the fat landowner, won't pay any more taxes to the city. Imagine, we're at war with the orcs, and that fat slob wants everything for himself. Normally, the city guard would take firm measures in such cases, but now comes the best part. They say Onar has hired mercenaries to keep the troops from the city off his back. Mercenaries! The whole thing will end in a damn war, as if one war weren't enough.
That's been known a long time.
What do you know about Onar's mercenaries?
I heard that most of them are former convicts from the mining colony, and their leader's supposed to have been a big shot with the king, a general or something, whom they put away as a traitor. These are terrible times.
Show me your wares.
Да, не жирно в тебе, братан.
Listen to the wrong people.
Так, Боспер дав згоду, той чел дав згоду. Залишиться... Ні, не Боспер, а Константіно, точно.
What do you want?
I've got the orc weapon you wanted.
Show me. You did it after all. Good man. It's been a while since I've had a weapon like this in my hands. I was a soldier back in the Orc War. Those were tough times, I can tell you. I didn't think you could do it. I'm impressed.
Can I sign on as an apprentice with a different master?
You're a good man. I'll give you my approval. Brian will still be here for a while. And a strong lad to take his place will turn up in time.
Я, в принципі, можу і вивчити ті шкури. В теорії. Всього-навсього 5 очок. Але з них проку ніякого. Окрім того, що ти можеш їх продати, але продати ти можеш їх тільки, якщо ти у Боспора учнем є. На нах.
Nothing there.
Як це його через стіну побачив? Так, ну тут, значить, більше нічого немає. Молодий, недосвідчений філдрейдер. Навіть шкода його трохи. Взагалі з плюхи виніс. На нахуй.
Nothing there.
Так, Satchel. А, стоп, мені ще треба цей. Як його? Права снайпер. Де її мені взяти? Можливо, купити десь? Хоча, можливо, вона і тут є. Дун-дун-дун-дун. King's Sorrow. Я реально не пам'ятаю, де снайпервід знаходиться. Тут точно є ще гоблінська ця шляпа. Десь тут. О, що? Так, і того, а що в мене є? Plant Hair Brood, Fire Weed Root, King's Sorrel, Dragon Root. Так. І в мене немає снайпервіду. Де мені взяти снайпервід? І де мені взяти снайпервід? Єдине, чого мені вистачає, її витратив на те, щоб потрапити в місто. В теорії я можу обійти вовків. Бля, треба подумати. Піду погуляю, коротше. А мені все одно шкури треба, так що треба гуляти. Це у нас хто? Молоді, не молоді? Ні, це не молоді вже. Це вже поважні. Можна спробувати з одним розібратись, так чисто по приколу. Ага. Бля, вони затикали. Ні, ну, в принципі, в теорії це можливо. А ну йди сюди, Вася, ще раз. Бля. Бля, мене затис, сучара така. Якщо з лука спробувати його роз'їбати. Ні, це забагато. Забагато ресурсів на нього піде. Затикувати його не хочеться. Добре. Спроба. Є спроба. Ти сучара! Та бля, перестань! Сука! От урод! Я тебе заманю зараз, тварина ти така. Бля, ти де? Ти шо? Де він? Ёб твою мать! Ну це кліп. Бля, оце епік. Скільки мене хп? Один хп. Покчамп. Просто 1 хп. Це свамп від. Це не снайпер від. Що мені? Ти звідси, не знаю. Так, налів. Твою мать! Я застряг, сука. Ну от що це? Так, ну доп експа це доп експа. Та, бля, бро, перестань. Десь тут має бути ця трава. Вона десь на перехресті має бути. А правда, вовки можуть бути. Оп. Тут вовки, ми туди не підемо. Блять, криси ще й лазять. Блять, де ця снайпер росте? Ну це цікаво вже. Може її можна купити, реально? У Сагіти там в теорії можна щось купити, але то таке. У нього немає такого. По золоту у мене 36 золота.
Hey! Can you...
Може сам Зоріс... Ой, сам Константіно продає ці непривіди. Ну хтось же має торгувати цією травою? На верхньому кварталі торгують, але я не можу туди потрапити. Ніт. То теорія може продавати тут трави. Той чел може продавати, піду до нього. Мені впадло ходити за цим всім. Хоча мені все одно... Кого я найобую? Мені все одно треба за шкурами сходити. Скільки мені треба шкур? Бля, де цей квест? Так. О! Харат Торбен Константіно, Харат Воспер. Так а що Боспер? Скільки він хоче? Так, блять, треба прийти до нього спитати, бо я забув. Півдюжини там треба чи скільки? 6 штук?
About the...
We had agreed on half a dozen, but you've still... You're... So get going.
Show me...
You're not here to browse through my wares. You're... So get...
Добре, добре. Пішов я звідси. Давно треба туди йти. Мені треба снайпер-від і мені треба 6 шкур. Так я ж не пам'ятаю, де їх знайти. Я знаю, де 4 лежить, а де мені ще 2 взяти? Може там, де сидить цей? Як його там? Shall you walk upon my land? It is sacred. Тільки там вовки є ще. Мене все одно не пустять туди. Мені anyway треба сюди йти. Вовків там особливо не обіжиш, хоча можна спробувати. Блін, треба було з Ларисом попиздіти. Таке. Потім поговорю з Ларисом. Блять, ви заїбали, вас не бачив, ви мене ще й пиздите. А ти, сука, тупорила. Бля. На нахуй. Парюка йобана. Це хп мені збило. Зараз від гобліна ще від'їду з таким темпами. Де він тут? Все він. Гоблін, блін, не такий складний супротивник, якщо чесно. З хпшечка. Снайпервід десь тут має бути. Я вже майже дійшов туди. Головне там не здохнути. З бандитами я точно не розберуся. Хоча не факт. Можливо, і розберуся. Бля, єбана криса. Що, будемо хілитись? А ну йди сюди, парюка. Блядь, ви знову двоє, я знову здох. А блядь, як ви тикаєте мене? Знову на одному хп вижив. Твою мать, як я це роблю? Фух, що таке з'їсти? Грибочків парочку з'їм. Шкода левелап не хілить, ото було б прикольно. Так, ну тут є бандити, тут є снайпервід. Крізь всіх бандитів я не пройду, та й мені їбало зламають. Шкури мені точно треба. Блін, а там може бути снайперовідно, тут ці чели стоять. Блін, там ще й скавенджери, та за що? Блядь, скавенджерів я точно не роз'їбу. Цього Гондураса можна роз'їбати. Берегтись, з'їсти щось. Бля, ну їх там більше, ніж один, це ж піздець. Хорош. Заради XP можна було вбити його. Ні, тут забагато вже. Не варто того. Добре, підемо далі. Що повернусь. Можна десь поспати тут у когось. Цими двома бомжами можна розібратись.
Wait a minute. What's up?
It's been a long time since we've seen a stranger on our land who didn't want to skin us. I hope I'm not wrong about you. I'm Egil, and the strange bird over there is my brother Anim.
How's the field work going?
Great. If those miserable field raiders weren't constantly destroying our harvest.
Why don't you do anything about the field raid?
You're joking. Since I've been on this farm, I've killed so many of the beasts that I've lost count. But alas, new ones keep coming.
Бля, вони зразу втекли.
Hey, you! Who are you?
My name is Anim. I'm one of the field hands, and the half pint over there is my brother Egil. We've been working here on the farm for Akil.
How's the field work?
Do you want to help? There's another hole back there. Grab it and then head for the field. You just have to make sure that the field raiders don't surprise you. They'll tear your arm right off with one bite.
Why don't you do anything about the field raiders?
I've killed more of them than I can count. The only problem is they keep coming back.
Your brother told me the same.
What? That loafer? He always disappears just as soon as the beasts come onto our land. He shouldn't be talking such nonsense.
David.
Your brother tells us
What exactly
that he has also done away with plenty.
What? That loser can't even find his way home by. Tell him he shouldn't brag like.
Hey! Your brother thinks you're a brag.
What? He's actually got the nerve to. He'd better watch out or I'll teach him a. Go and tell him.
Бля, прикольно.
Anim is a bit irritated about this.
He shouldn't puff himself up so much, else I'll tear his head off. Tell him that.
Бля, да ви заїбали, бро.
Hey! I think the two of you should just...
The bastard didn't give in, am I right? I'll tear out his guts. Tell him...
Why don't you tell him yourself?
I'll do that.
треба в темп зберігатись. Так, зараз цей здохне.
Nothing there. You poor sucker. You don't even have any gold on you. Wait a minute. Haven't you done enough damage? I think you should go.
І такий демедж, я вам допоміг розібратись.
Oh, my head.
Wait a minute.
Do you want to cause even more trouble? I think it would be better if you left.
Окей. I left you, boys. Треба проникнути, знайти снайпер weed. Do you have any? Any sniper weed, bro? Ау. Бля, тут кабани живуть, ну нахуй. Бля, ти пішли в сраку, кабани, алло. Типу не кабани. Добре, хуй з тими кабанами.
Poor sucker. You didn't even have any gold on you. I think I'd better take this weapon.
А що сталося? А чому це сталося? Чому вони почали гаситися? Це баг якийсь був чи що? Я ніхіра не бачу. Бля, тепер доведеться сейвитися в якийсь другий слот. Ось в другий, наприклад.
Hey, you! What's the matter?
What's the matter? Just look at that mess under the bridge over there. I haven't seen anything like it in my entire life. Those swine should be exterminated, I tell you.
What happened?
I was traveling with my helpers when those horrible brutes came jumping on my guard out of the blue and butchered it. I'm lucky that I still know how to dish out a decent right hook, or they would have killed me too.
Who were those people?
The bandits. Who else? They took over the bridge up there. They rob everybody who tries to pass the bridge. I knew they were lurking up there, so I passed under the bridge instead. But my cart and my goods must have been too tempting for them. Those scumbags simply jumped from the bridge directly onto my... I should have tried to steal past in the night.
That stuff there under the bridge is...
The cart, the goods, everything. But none of it is really any value to me. The only thing that's irreplaceable are the 3...
Stone tap.
The water mage in town wants to buy them from me, and I promised he'd get them. I must have them back at any cost, or my reputation will be tarnished.
What would a water mage want?
He said he was going to study them, and asked me to bring him more.
Where did you get those?
I found them near old buildings, such as mausoleums or sometimes in cave. I've already sold a whole bunch of them to the water mages they're pretty rare down here though. I found most of them northeast of
Why don't you simply go looking for new ones?
During that melee with the bandits, I sprained my ankle. I can still hobble along, but I don't want to walk very far on this foot.
About those stones, I've got one here.
Thank you. Now I'm still missing two. I'll pay you for them, of course.
Okay.
I need information about a weapons...
Weapons delivery? Yes, I know about that. Some swine from the city sold them so many weapons that they could barely carry them all. Some of them are kept on the bridge where those... The rest of them were probably hauled past Bengar's farm on the high... Maybe the bandits wanted to take them across the path.
Where are those high...
Orland's Tavern is located just about the center of the island of Corinus. It's called... There's a way south from there. It leads to the high pastures and the entrance to the pass to the Valley of Mines.
Are you a citizen of the town?
Haven't been in ages, boy. There's no love lost between me and the corrupt swine in the upper quarter. I used to have quite a bit of influence there, you know, but that was months.
You managed to drive back the...
Yes, but I'm sure they're still up there on the bridge.
Can you teach me how to hit hard like that?
Of course I...
Show me.
All right, but you'll owe me for that. Help me save my reputation and bring... Then I can show you how to make better.
Okay.
Show...
I can't sell you anything. All my stuff lies... I can only sell you something once, but I won't leave here.
Okay. Go. Розберемося. На первит.
You hardly know who to believe these days.
Що? Так.
Nobody wants to know. If he doesn't see that.
Who are you?
I'm Orlan, the keeper of this here. What are you looking for, stranger? Maybe a decent, good swig from the country stills, or just some info? I can give you all that and more if your coins ring.
What kind of armor?
I have here a very nice piece that is sure to please.
У мене така є вже.
I'll think about it.
As you...
How much do you charge?
Give me 50 gold coins for a week, and you can...
Myself.
Damned expensive.
Then you'll have to look elsewhere.
How's it going with your tap?
Times have been better, you know. People's purses aren't as open as they used to.
Show me.
If you can pay.
Так. King of Defense, це прикольно. Бля, але я бомж, так що давай, братан, набереш.
Nothing amazes me. Is it really true?
That's no secret.
І барахло сюди давай.
If he doesn't see that, I can't help him.
And that's the truth.
There's nothing you can do about it.
I'll never get this open without the right key. I'll never get this open without the right key.
Так, що у нас тут?
Sooner or later.
Раз.
Do you really believe that?
Не поняв. А.
That was no
Два.
big deal.
Тільки дві? Серйозно?
I agree with you completely.
А чому я думав, що їх тут більше?
I couldn't get away with that.
Тут дві шкури всього на всього. Мені треба 6.
I agree with you completely.
Треба буде замість 2 місць обійти 3 місця. Пізда.
Sooner or later.
На пляжу вони можуть бути.
Nothing you can do about it.
thinks it's as easy as that.
Точно, треба буде подивитися на пляжу. Треба обходити 10-ю дорогою. Тільки щоб подивитись. Hello, bro. Так, sheepskin. Sheepskin мене не цікавить, а от wolfskin дуже навіть цікавить. Два, 3. В мене 5 шкур, серйозно? Мені треба 6, у мене 5. Блять. Де мені ще одненьку взяти?
I know nothing about picking locks.
Точно, я ж не вмію, сука, як міг забути. Ось мені до Сагіти треба зайти.
Traveling so far out here, you have to be careful, especially when you're all by yourself.
What are you doing?
Well, the tavern is too expensive for me. The previous inhabitants don't seem to need it anymore.
Who used to live in this camp?
No idea. Probably some hunters. I suppose it got too dangerous for them.
Isn't it too dangerous?
Well, not if you can defend yourself. My crossbow has already proven to be of service many times.
It's not all that big.
But deadly, if you know how to handle it. I used to have a bigger one. Unfortunately, I lost it. I ventured too far north into the mountains. There's a big stone circle there with a While I was hunting scavengers up there, these vile undead beings came out of the woods and all I could do was run for my... While I was running, the crossbow slipped from my hand. I bet it's still lying up there by that strange...
Can you...
Before I teach you anything, you'll have...
Ясно. Ясно. Бля, може тебе шкура десь ще одна завалялась, бро. Doesn't seem like. Добре, шкуру то не проблема знайти. Що, я і снайпер-від зараз, ну все знайдемо, нахуй, все знайдемо. Проблема буде потрапити назад в місто. А все інше то муйня. Ті вовки, привіт. Якось треба все це обійти. Тільки як це зробити? Тут справа вовки, точніше зліва вовки. Справа ці бомжі. Ух, я не розбився, нормально. Цікаво, тут досі на острові хтось живе? Бо якщо там живе цей чел, то він мені відірве. А він там живе, сучара така. Повертаємося.
Nobody wants to know. Yeah, get away from here!
Wait a minute.
What do we have here?
Who wants to know?
I'm Buster, one of Lee's and you had better be a little nicer to me, or I'll have... All right. What do you...
I know Lee.
Everyone knows Lee. That doesn't mean a thing, pal. Right now, you're talking, so where are you headed?
That's none of your business.
Nobody talks to me like that, you worm.
Настя, ти блок пробиваєш, козел. Блять, ну за шо? Кританув, урод.
What?
Who?
I'm and you. Oh.
I know Lee.
So.
That's
no.
Show him. Let him have it. Show him.
Перестань критувати і пробивати блок, це нечесно.
Defend yourself. Go ahead, hit back. Let him have it. Defend yourself.
Бля, він зараз мене вдарить і я здохну. Блять, сука, йобана. Ну це ж все через те, що, блять, вони блок пробивають, хоча не мають пробивати. Я не можу відступати після кожної тички, я ж не дебіл. Ай, сука, доведеться так робити.
What?
Who wants?
No.
Let him have it.
Блять, а як це робиш? Давай, тварина. Ну. На нахуй. Виродок проклятий. Давай сюди свої бабки. Ви ж знаєте, як мене атакувати. 6 хп мені збив.
Nothing to be had there.
Well, we'll see the next time. All right, you...
I want to find out more about the...
I can't tell you much about this region. You'd bet. And as for us mercenaries, we have a very... I think you're made of the right stuff, but you shouldn't let it get to your head that you lucked out. There are plenty of guys on the farm who are quite... Sentenza, for one. He guards the entry to the farm.
What about this?
He'll try to squeeze some gold out of you when you come to the farm. He does that to all newcomers. And if I were you, I'd pay up. That's what I did back then. And the good thing was that he voted for me after one good turn deserves another, he said. I lost all my gold in the bargain, but it wasn't much to begin with. I once watched him beat up a fellow who had decided not to...
Thanks for the hint.
Indeed. Could it be...
Here you are. 5...
Thanks, man. Looks like I can take a few tonight after all.
I want to join the
Anyone who can whack as hard as you shouldn't have too much trouble around. My vote doesn't count much, since I haven't been here for long. But when Lee asks me, I'll vote for you.
Lee is the leader of the mercenaries.
Right. Hey, now I remember where I know you from. You were in the colony, too.
So
I didn't see you when the Big Bang happened. Not for a while before.
I had other problems.
You've missed out on quite a lot then. Things have changed since we were in the slam.
What became of the mercenaries in the...
Once the barrier was gone, Lee let us out of the colony. He said that nothing could happen to us if we all stuck together. And he was right. It wasn't too long before we found ourselves a cozy spot right here. The landowner pays us to beat up the militia from the city, and most of us would have volunteered to do that. But Onar feeds us all, and we can bide our time until we see a good opportunity to get away from this blasted island.
Can you teach me how to fight better?
I might well be able to give you a...
Давай, набереш. Так, це вам від. Блін, мені треба снайпер від. Де мені її взяти? Я не думаю, що до Сагіти зможу пробратися. Я більше не знаю, де купити її можна. Можна в кварталі цьому верхньому, але то таке. В принципі, знаю ще одне місце, де шкури є, але то таке. Так, ну добре. Ту шкури заберу. По дорозі зараз спробую до Сагіти зайти. Стоп, ну тут теж може бути снайпер від. Тільки трохи далі. А де тут челік, що тут має бути? А, все, він тренується. Вон то його хатинка. Цього Хантера. Забув, як його звати. Гром, здається. Гром, так. Чого в нього тут немає?
Hey, you! Everything...
Ah, an unfamiliar wanderer.
What are you doing here?
Well, the things a woodcutter and hunter usually...
What interesting things are there?
Interesting is well put. If you go deeper into the woods here, you'll run into some... They're about 10 feet tall, hairy, and in a really bad mood. So don't go there if you're not strong enough.
Can you teach me something about...
Sure. But first, get me something decent to eat. I want a bottle of milk, a loaf of bread, and a fat ham. Then I'll teach you what you want.
І в мене немає чогось з цього. Так, ну тут є точно шкури. Залишається тільки трава. Траву можна знайти у Сагіти, спробувати. Але розумніше було б піти до водопаду. Якщо я, звісно, дійду туди. Мені там їбальничок не відірвуть. Блін, якби я не просрав свій снайпер від, то було б набагато простіше. Ай, але я взяв і просер. А тут вовки можуть бути прямо на полі. Або не можуть. Так, ну все, з вовчими шкурами розібралися. Напровід знайти і можна тікати. І золото трохи піднабрав. Вернули і пішли. Молоко, яблучко. Що тут ще є? Хліб. Пиво. А хем у мене є? Це м'ясо таке. У мене ж було щось таке диковане. А, то був оселедець, напевно. Точно. Десь знизу знаходиться. Так. Так, ну все, тікаємо звідси.
Hey, you! What are you doing?
Guarding sheep.
Doesn't always work.
Nah, especially not with the mercenaries. I'm really glad to be out here in the pasture, although it can be dangerous.
What's so dangerous?
There's a small pack of wolves that roams the area.
Я не наркоман.
Lately, the damn beasts
Я
have
не
come by
наркоман.
and eaten one of my sheep almost every day. A few days ago, I had almost twice as many sheep. I don't want to think what Onar will do to me when he finds out.
Це мій герой наркомана, я не наркоман.
Why didn't you tell the mercenaries about the wolves? I thought they worked for you.
Yeah, I know. I should have done that, but I didn't, damn it. And now with so many sheep gone,
Це законно.
I'm
У
afraid
цьому
to tell
всесвіті
anyone
це
about it at
законно.
all.
But you just told me.
I'm already regretting that too.
What if I kill those wolves?
You? By yourself? I don't believe it. I'd sooner trust my bellwether to do that.
Forget it. It was just a suggestion. I'll go over to the boys and see what they say about it.
Wait a minute. Okay, you're the greatest and you can take on 100 wolves at once, no problem.
Як він швидко
Mostly they
зламався.
lurk between the trees near the pasture. I think there were only 4.
Hey,
Так.
how are you? And how are your...
I'm fine, and so are the sheep. That is, the ones that are still here are doing all right.
Так, що ще можна? Купити вівцю можна.
Can I buy a sheep?
Anytime, if you can pay the price. A sheep will cost you 100 gold pieces. If you pay, you can take a sheep. But you have to treat it well.
Так, ну я не хочу вівцю купляти. Чувак, я не винуватий. Написали, що мають вимкнути світло, що не має бути світла. І я такий думаю, ну бля, стрімити чи ні? Думаю, ну ні, не буду стрімити. А потім думаю, що я пусі? Думаю, запущу коротенький. Ну, виключить, то виключить. Ну, не виключили, що ти зробиш? Я не винуватий, чесно. Ну, я теж так думаю. Вони якісь дурні, чесно. Вони вимикають тоді, коли немає в графіку вимкнення. І не вимикають, коли є. Писали, що максимум 6 годин не буде світла. У мене в один день було світло 24 години. Типу, як можна цим людям довіряти? Я взагалі не розумію. Вони якісь трохи крейзі. В інших областях, якщо сказали, що не буде світла, то не буде світла. Я в шоці, якщо чесно. Ну, свинюки, ну чесне слово. Бля, я туди пішов. Я сюди не залізу, напевно. Та реально заскамали, і ти такий думаєш, ну не стрім, не буду стрімити, типу, вимкнуть світло, нахера. А якби не вимкнув, то вимкнули б реально. Ну це ж нормально взагалі. Читори. Мене зараз тут заскамлять ще круче. Я думаю, мені зараз так їбало зламають, що навіть лікарі не зберуть. Я тут ходжу без левелу, без нічого. Ой. Його типу роблять, але його не зробили. Виходить, що нема. Обіцяли зробити і так і не зробили. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Хто там? Хто там? Блять, це кабан. Тільки не кабан. Сука. Якщо хочеш, я тобі розкажу все. Будь-які запитання можу перекладати по ходу. Я шукаю одну рослинку зараз. І я навіть не пам'ятаю, де її можна знайти. Я пам'ятаю, що тут можна піздюлей отримати. Це все, що я пам'ятаю. Я сподіваюся, що зі мною це не станеться. Вон до воно. Бля. Оцей чел. І це молодий. Він молодий ще. Так, це яка суть? Ну, тут є лінійка квестова, основна. Мені треба забрати артефакт, називається Око Інноса. І перемогти з цим артефактом драконів. Але тут, сука, лазять всякі. Частують. Наприклад, кабан. Я навіть в розвідку не можу вийти, бо мене зараз побачать або кабан, або дракон. Це не дракон, це мікродракон, добре. Там якась трава біля нього валяється. Ну я ж цього чела не здужую. Можливо, в мене якийсь спел є. Що в мене є? В мене є вогняна куля. Я можу спробувати. І далі я дохну стички. Сука, так я і знав. І він мене кушає. Походу він мені дік з'їв. О, який красень. Добре. Можна в інтернеті глянути, де воно росте, ця трава. Я так і зроблю, бо я ж заїбусь її шукати. Так. Так, зараз знайдемо. Ну, я знав, що він мене з тички знесе. Це дуже сильний монстр. Це монстр. Ну, це молодий монстр, але один із найсильніших. Бля, я не знаю, де знайти цю траву. Ах. О, знайшов один сайт. Зараз прочитаю. Так. Так, стоп, що? О! Якийсь скріншот є. Зараз подивимося. Бля, у мене ці скріншоти не відкриваються. Пізда. Так, ну тут я нічого не знайшов. А коротше. Сам знайду, нічого в інтернеті немає. Зараз водички наберу, прийду. Текс. Коротше, пішов я звідси. Тут тільки в рот дають. Обідно. От що я їм такого зробив? Я просто збираю травичку. Вони мене кусь і на той світ відправили. О, шаблюка. Так що, по суті, суть цієї гри не отримати в ротяку від якогось монстра. Якщо це можливо. А ще тут можна постояти в багатті і не згоріти. Я впевнений, що я цю траву просто пропустив. Так, ну тут засейвлюсь, піду до травниці схоже. Якщо я до неї не дійду, то я просто піду назад, повернусь. З боси. Ця гра, вона дуже не френдлі до нових гравців, якщо що. В свій час вона була конкурентом Скаріму, дуже сильним конкурентом. Але потім третя частина так сильно обісралась, що вона перестала бути конкурентом. Ну, цю гру любили за хардкорність колись. Колись таке вважалось хардкором. Травичку збираю, чисто ходжу. А от буде прикол, якщо я зараз подивлюсь свій інвентар і знайду там цю траву. Таке ж може бути в теорії, я ж міг її підібрати. Так, все? Цю травичку зібрав. Так, а ну дивимось. Свамп, шмя... А, ні, це не та трава. Це не та... Коротше, немає в мене цієї трави, сука. Так нечесно. У мене була одна така травичка, але я щоб потрапити в місто її використав, щоб пробігти повз кабана, щоб він мені не відірвав всі органи життєво важливі. Мені за це 500 експи дали, тобто я цю траву розміняв на 500 експи. Потім виявилось, що не все так ізі, як я думав. Так, тут треба включити детектор аномалій. Так, там у нас великий вовк, і там звичайний вовк, тут у нас літає хуйня. Бля. Як мені скрізь них пройти? Там філдрейдер, там вовк. Я тут не пройду, коротше. Я тут попросту не пройду. Все, повертаємося назад. Казка швидко закінчилась. Тікаю назад. По суті, я все роблю, щоб влаштуватись на роботу. Тобто там в місті є 4 майстра, то кожного з них можна влаштуватись на роботу, але вони всі щось вимагають. Один робить мечі. Він попросив принести зброю орка. Ну, я знайшов одну, тобто навіть орка не довелось вбивати. Один хоче 6 шкур вовка. Я їх знайшов. Один хоче... Чим там хотів, я вже не пам'ятаю. Ну, коротше, щось хотів, я виконав, і оце останній залишився. Треба спеціальна травичка, і мені якраз однієї не вистачає. Я її ніде не можу знайти. Це дуже прикро. Хочеться плакати. Жартую, звісно, але... Ой. Я ще й тут, напевно, не зможу виплисти. Сука. О, зміг. Так, а як тепер застрибнути? О. О. Треба, щоб мене муха не побачила. Муха не треба. Муха не треба. Ну це типу шершень, добре, це не муха. Блін, мужик, воно настільки сурове, що це піпець. Зараз ще буде дуже епічно, якщо там перебили 2 типів, які мали бути моїми. Я мав квест виконати. Стоп, тут вовк мав бути. А там не вовк. А тут криса, можна крису вбити. А ну йди сюди, скотина. А ну підійшла. На нахуй, кританув. Це статуя Інноса, це місцевий бог, один з 3. Бог світла. Є ще бог темряви і бог води. Ну там було написано, типу, гігантська криса. Вона і вправду гігантська. Тут не наїбали. Бля, а тепер питання номер головне. Як мені застрибнути туди, щоб повернутися назад? Бо якщо я піду по дорозі, мене там трахнуть вовки. Це не дуже весело. Цікаво. Ні, сюди я навряд чи застрибну. Суки. Добре, пробуємо. О, якийсь паркур тільки що був. Такий лайтовий. Бля. Я запаркурю, мене не їбе. Ви мене так просто не зламаєте. Хоча, можливо, я не зможу запаркурити, мені доведеться прорватися з боєм. Ну, я так... О! Або я просто, диви, я нічого не роблю. З такого положення все. Тут габела. Тут тільки релоуд. Добре. Якщо назад я не можу потрапити, то треба робити релоуд. Хто там у нас перешкоджає нам? Просто тут ще одна проблема. Там стоїть моб, але тут стоїть чел. Якщо я піду на моба, то чел почне агритись на моба і вб'є мого моба. І забере мою експу. Мені це супер невигідно. Там 2 моба, сука. Добре. Бля, ну не треба, козел. Оце точно, текстури це капець. Я назад зміг сюди потрапити. Точніше, звідти стрибнути. А... Ну, блядь, от як можна? Можна якось? Ну, будь ласка, ну, будь ласка. Я прошу вас, будьте людьми. Добре, я по краєчку піду. Не загрілись, да? Це ж бойовка така елітна. Олдова. На нахуй. Ну добре, не все так погано вийшло. Я думаю, що тут взагалі не прийду. Позбираємо барахло. Раз я тут. Тут, коротше, був торговець, він там сидить на лавці. На нього тут напали бандюки. Він спасся, але його команду роз'їбали. Його... Все, що у нього було, коротше, у нього був візок з товарами, все спиздили. Прям жиза жизою. О, оце прикольна штука. Цікаво, я можу її вдягти? Блін, мені не вистачає 7 сили. Дуже крутий меч початковий. Смола, золото. Мечі, все, що хочеш. Так, ну добре, сюди ми дійшли. Тут ще далі має бути муха і вовк. Або просто вовк. Просто вовк мене не бентежить. А, це просто вовк. А ну йди сюди, вовчара. нахуй. Так, одного вовка ми вбили. Все. Далі знайти траву, здати траву, стати почесним громадянином міста. Це моя задача. До речі, треба перевірити, чи живі найманці, бо якщо найманці здохли, то остання година моєї гри коту під хвіст. Він? Це вважаємий вовчара. Позорний, але олдовий. Все. Найманці стоять, можна завантажуватись. Поїхали кататися. Якщо я не знайду траву, то це буде епік, бо я навіть не знаю, де її можна взяти. Ну, типу, я знаю, але для цього мені треба буде трошки обманути гру. Потрапити в локацію, в якій я не маю бути. Паркуру трошки використати. Тут взагалі ніхто не френдлі. Тут навіть якщо в чужу хату зайдеш і дуже довго будеш стояти, тобі дадуть піздюлей, заберуть у тебе меч, заберуть у тебе золото і скажуть, що ти сосунок. Добрі люди тут живуть. Можу показати тобі. Зараз Special for you покажу. Так. А ну, бро, привіт. Ну, я нападу на нього сам, але таке можливо і без нападу. Добре, бий мене. Так. Так, мене побив. Зброю забрав. Ні, бабки забираю.
Well, at least you've got some gold on you.
Ага.
I think I'll take your weapon.
І стоїть. А потім мене ще штрафануть і відправлять до місцевого судді. Щоб я ще штраф заплатив. Хоча мене побили і все в мене забрали. Це дуже френдлі гра. Грибочки хоча б можна збирати. І на тому дякую. Так. Я просто сподіваюся, що я... Ось вона ця травичка. Бля, халява. Да, це піздата гра, чувак. От дивись, наприклад, хата торговця. Що буде, якщо я зайду в неї. Оп. Так, заходимо. Без палива.
What do you want here? Go.
Я просто хочу посидіти. Я посидіти хочу, алло. Дайте вийти. Ага, вийшов. Так. Мене обкрадають при цьому. Так, я зараз встану, почую, що буде. А якщо б я когось вбив, то мене вбили на місці. Ой, секунду, мені дзвонять. Ну що, я вийду?
See? That wasn't so hard.
Так, що тепер ти мені скажеш?
Wait a minute.
А, ні, нічого не сказав, нормально. Просто побили. Окей. Просто виписали мені люлей. Бля, застряг.
Hey, you! Can you heal me?
Це я хілюсь безкоштовно. Така функція також є. Кола небу. Так, тепер просимось до тебе. Здаємо йому трави.
About the plants.
If you cannot handle that by yourself, you won't.
I've got all the plants I was supposed
Yeah,
to
level
bring
up.
you.
What? You're pulling my leg, right? By Adanos. It's all there, all right. Who knows? Maybe someday you could make a decent alchemist after all.
Так.
I want to sign.
You have come to ask. As far as I'm.
Добре. Так, до цьому ми здали квест, тому ми здали квест. Остався останній чел.
You mustn't believe everything you hear.
Honestly, I witnessed it myself.
Nobody will learn it.
About the wolfskins, I've got them here.
Great. I knew you would be suitable for this job. Here's the pay I promised.
Мені заплатив за шкури.
What do you think? Isn't this better work than banging away at swords all day or filling little bottles in a dust?
Так.
Will I get your approval to sign up with a different map?
I had hoped you would choose me, but if that's the way you...
Does that mean you'll vote?
If none of the other masters, but you would certainly have made a good hunter.
Да і хрен з ним.
Show me.
Так, тепер можна на нього торгуватися з ним. Ну він таке тільки луки продає. Ой. Я не хотів цього робити. Це випадково вийшло. Ну все, пішли влаштовуватись на роботу до Алхімона. На цьому сильно не заробиш, на цьому взагалі не заробиш, якщо чесно. Зробимо спеціальний сейв. 4 години, а у мене зараз скільки зіграно? 4 години. Блін, я в свої таймінги влажу. Так.
Hey, you! Can I become your apprentice now?
As far as I'm concerned, all that matters to Herod is that you will be able to defend the city if it is attacked by orcs. And it looks like you've got him convinced of that. Vosper has been quite reluctant to comment on your qualities. I suppose he would like to take you on as an apprentice himself, but he still agreed in the end. Thorben is a very religious man. He has given you his blessing. That is a good sign. As for Mateo, he's singing your praises high and low. This means you have the approval of all the masters. Are you ready to begin your apprenticeship with me?
Так, я готовий. Мастер.
Yes, master.
Oh, all right then. I hope I'm not going to regret this decision. From this moment, you may consider yourself my apprentice.
What are my tasks?
I realize
Human
that I cannot
задач.
expect a young man to spend all day indoors with me. From time to time, you shall bring me the plants I need. In return, I shall instruct you in the art of alchemy. You can buy the bottles from me. Most of the ingredients, however, you will have to get for yourself. And I expect you to behave properly as a citizen of this town.
Так, і що ми можемо зробити?
What plants am I supposed to bring?
I shall buy everything you bring to me, and I'll pay the usual price. For mushrooms, however, I shall pay you a special price.
Тобто за грибочки. Угу, окей, окей. Що ти можеш мене навчити?
Instruct me in the art of alchemy.
All right. Basics first. Each potion is made of plants. They possess all kinds of powers. They do nothing but put all their power into growth. And modifying this power is what the art of alchemy is all about. To prepare a potion at the alchemist's bench, you need a laboratory flask. You need to know the correct formulation and have the appropriate ingredients. There are quite a few formulations.
Коротше, є формули з інгредієнтами.
And even potions which affect your strength permanently. You cannot learn everything at once.
Так.
What recipes can you teach me?
I know a few. Make your own choice.
Так, він може навчити мене робити елексир сили, мани і хілки. Елексир сили коштує 20 LP. Але там дуже сильно можна бустинути собі силу. Поки що назад. Покажи, що в тебе є. І можна викупити назад всі трави, які я йому продав. Ну, всі основні. Так, робимо сейв. Додаємо йому грибочки.
You wanted mush. Why are those things?
Even though you are my apprentice, I won't tell you.
I've got a few murky mushrooms here.
Ah, those are the best. Well done.
Так, скільки дає?
And here are some of the others.
These are not quite as good as murky mushrooms, but I'll take them anyway.
І ще 390. Блін, це реально вигідно. Це реально вигідно. Я ще парочку з'їв сам, сука, не знав. І він назад викупає, можна викупити назад ці грибочки. Ці по 10 він купив, а ці по скільки купив? Ну він їх по цій ціні і купляє. Нормально, нормально. І того в мене є 900 золота. Ок, чам. Так, тепер я можу піти в верхню частину. Верхній квартал так званий.
That doesn't surprise me.
I don't believe this is gonna change.
Halt! Only the citizens of the town and the king's troops can get into the upper end of the town.
I'm in enough trouble as it is.
I'm a respected citizen of Corinus. Let me pass.
Whatever prompted the masters of Corinus to let you sign on as an apprentice, I don't want to know about it. You may enter, but behave yourself. Otherwise, you'll have the worst trouble in your life.
Мене пропустили. Сказали, що дадуть піздюля, якщо щоб всі побачать, що я щось не так роблю.
Everybody knows by now.
What are you doing here?
Who are you then? Looks like you're new and have no idea what's going on around here. They call me Gabrant. That's Mr. Gabrant. Sir to you. Got it?
Цей чувак хоче, щоб я не забрав його сер, але я не буду його називати сер.
I got it, Gerbrand.
Careful with that big mouth of yours. You'd better show me a little more respect, or else you're headed for all kinds of trouble here. I call the shots here. Whoever causes trouble has to answer to me, and it better skip town in a hurry, because once I'm done with him, he'll wish he never laid eyes on me. Most people around the harbor work for me. If you're ever looking for work, you would better see to it that my memories of you are pleasant ones.
Що за новини якісь є?
Anything new?
People like you have no business up here. This is where there is. If you should ever succeed in becoming wealthy and respected.
Перше, мені тут не місце, я бомж. Суть його розмови. Так, worker, citizen. О. Привіт, Лутар.
So, you actually managed to get into the upper quarter. There are some things you must heed here. Otherwise, you will wind up outside as fast as you got in here. You're only allowed to enter the merchant's buildings. You can recognize them by the signs over the door. Just so there are no misunderstandings. The other buildings belong to important citizens. There is nothing there for you. The important citizens of this town live in this quarter. So treat them with respect. Do we understand each other?
Sure.
Нікуди не заходити, тільки в лавки продавців, ні до кого не дойобуватись, я лох.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Where can I find Lord Hagen?
He's in the town hall. at the end of the upper quarter, but you will not be admitted there without a good reason.
В ратушу мене не пустять.
He'd better shut up.
Has anything exciting happened lately?
Yes,
These are bad times.
that they let someone like you in here. Such a thing hasn't happened in ages.
I witnessed it myself.
Да.
Go away, don't tell me that.
Так, ну добре, можна тут декілька квестів взяти, мені здається. Правда, Фернандо вже спить, напевно. Ну, хоч до інших зайду.
Typical, isn't it?
Лютера
My
є.
name is Lutero. I buy and sell all kinds of things.
What wares do you have to offer?
Well, especially rare and unusual things. So far, I've always managed to fulfill my customers' wishes.
Show me your wares.
Що в тебе є? У нього є хуйня. Рідкісне зілля. Зілля забуття. Свята вода. Так, всяка хуйня, коротше. Куди ти біжиш, бро? Бро!
Not what my husband thinks.
Диви, побіг спати. Це ж треба.
Who says things like that?
Скрипти спрацювали.
He can't keep anything to himself.
Welcome, traveler. Looking for a fine potion? I have a large selection and reasonable prices. And my potions are much better than the stuff that Zurich sells.
Покажи мені,
Show
що
me
ти
your
продаєш. А от у нього якраз таки є снайпер трава, але вона сотку стоїть. У нього є шторм, фаєррейн. Фаєррейн, це класна штука, це б купити потім. Це закляття. І визиває вогняний дощ. Так, ну зараз можна інші квести виконувати. Я в принципі вже. О! Мені треба почекати до 4 ранку. Треба не забути. Буду просто бродити.
I don't believe that. Everybody knows by now.
Можна до лорда Андрюхи сходити. Можна на площі побувати. Треба 2000 XP, це не так вже й багато.
Honestly, I witnessed it myself. Talks too much.
That's exactly what I said.
How strange.
These are bad
It seems to me that I have met you before, traveler. Well, great are the mysteries of time and space. Oh, please forgive my rudeness, son of patience. I have not even greeted you yet.
Давай.
Welcome, friend.
Хто ти?
Take a seat on my humble grounds and enjoy a pipe in peace.
Розказуй.
Who are you?
My name is Abu Jin ibn Jadir ibn Omar Khalid bin Haji al-Sharidi. I am a seer and a prophet, an astrologer,
Провидець, астролог
tobacco.
і любитель курнути.
What kind of tobacco do you offer?
My pipes are filled with spicy, refreshing apple tobacco. Help yourself whenever you want, son of adventure.
There's nothing you can do about it. I agree with you completely.
You already know what I think.
Do you have other tobacco as well?
I offer only the very best tobacco. This apple blend is a symphony from my homeland, the Southern Isles. But of course, I'm always open to trying a different sort of tobacco. If somebody should succeed in producing a really good tobacco,
How's that done?
start with my apple tobacco as a basis, and then try combining it with another ingredient.
Я зроблю для тебе новий тютюн.
At an alchemist's bench, provided you know the essentials of alchemy.
Так.
Where can I get apple tobacco?
I shall give you 2 portions. It is up to you, in your wisdom, to do with them whatever you want. If you crave more, then direct your steps towards Zuris, the master of potions. He produces this tobacco, and he sells it too.
Так. Проведіння мені замутиш?
My services are yours for a modest fee. Oh, father of generosity.
Так, ну і скільки ти хочеш?
For a paltry 25 gold.
Ну, 25 золота це нормально. Нормальна ціна.
Through time for you. But remember, the future is always uncertain. All I can do is glimpse some fragments of time.
Давай, давай.
You don't say.
Tell me about the future.
All right, seeker of knowledge. I shall now enter a state of trance. Are you ready?
Я завжди готовий.
Orcs. They are guarding an entry.
Орки,
An old
вхід,
tunnel.
долина,
The valley of mines.
рудників.
Men in shining armor. A magician. Your friend is with them.
Мій друг маг
He is waiting
чекає
for
на
you.
мене.
Fire. An attack.
These are bad
A mighty creature.
Ці големи, яких ми бачили.
Shall die. What is that? A city.
Втрачене місто.
Guarholdran in Jakandar. He is summoned.
Really?
Guarholdran in Jakandar. I'm sorry. The vision is over. There's nothing more I can see.
Can you make me another prophecy?
Oh, son of the mysterious future. It is not within my power to lift the veil of time. Only when time sends me another omen shall I be able to see for you again.
When will that be?
When the future has become present and you have continued your journey.
Давай, почекаємо потім. Потім ти зробиш нам ще одне проведіння.
Hear ye, inhabitants of Corinus.
Hey,
By
come
the
closer.
explicit order of the
Take a
Honorable
break and
Lord
have a sip
Hagen,
of cool
the
beer.
following decree is hereby
Lord Andre is
enacted.
springing for a
The
few
security
barrels of free
measures for the
beer.
Халявне
protection
пиво,
of the
це нормальна
honorable
ідея.
order will be
Hey, come
further
closer. Not
strengthened. The guards on the gates are
Халявне пиво це я завжди люблю. Так.
And it's gonna get
Так.
You hardly know who to believe surprisingly anymore.
I won't
What are you doing here?
I'm a novice from the monastery. I run errands for the magicians and also the paladins. I have provided the 3 innkeepers in the city with wine from the monastery.
Бухло возить з монастиря. Оце так бізнесмен.
tell this to anyone.
Who are the 3 innkeepers?
One of them is the good man here behind the bar. Then there is Karagon, who has his tavern on the Temple Square, and Cardiff, the owner of the tavern in the Harbor District.
He had better shut up.
What can you tell me about the monastery?
We novices seek enlightenment in prayer to Innos, and learn the principles of faith from the magicians. We serve them as we serve Innos, and prepare ourselves for the union with the fire.
Someone's gotta do the work.
Так. Живуть в монастирі, займаються хуйньою.
Well, take me to the monastery.
Forget it. Do you know how many creatures I had to evade on the way? When I think of all those blood flies, wolves, and goblins, I'm glad that I don't have to leave here anymore. Besides, you can't enter the monastery anyway.
Why not?
Entrance is only permitted to magicians, paladins, and novices.
Хочу стати
How can I become a novice?
If a
послушником.
man feels the deep desire,
Hey, just tell me what the conditions are.
you need the offerings, a sheep and 1,000 gold pieces.
Ніхуя. А, точно, точно, там сама вівця коштує 100. І ще треба заплатити 1000.
How am I supposed to get that much gold?
Since you obviously don't know anyone who would pay that for you, you'll simply have to go to work.
That doesn't surprise me. Hardly know who to believe these days.
Where can I find a sheep?
From the farmers, of course. But you won't get one for
He
nothing.
never would have thought of that himself.
Ой, ну й
Hear
дякую.
ye, inhabitants of Corinus. By the explicit order of the Honorable Lord Hagen, the following decree is hereby enacted.
Де там цей Вася стоїть?
By reason of
Hey,
the imminent
you.
danger of an attack by orcs,
Jorah
each
says you got
inhabitant
his
of the
money.
city is to prepare himself accordingly.
Цей чел вкрав
Everyone is to begin
гроші
training
у
in the
торговця.
skills of
Ми за ним
combat
зараз поженемося.
and to arm himself appropriately.
Нормально шпарить. Спіді рейсер.
Hey, you. Gotcha.
Hey, what do you want from me?
Вгадай з 3 раз.
You stole from Jorah in broad daylight, and he even saw you do it. So I've come to tell you that you're a lousy thief, and that...
Так. Те-те-те-те-те. Тут він мені нічого не скаже. Давай, бабки.
You had better hand over Jorah's gold now.
Here's the dough, man! But now let me go! I'll never do it again!
I should turn you into the militia.
Я тебе мінтам
What
здам.
else do you want? I've got nothing left. Let me go, man!
Ніт.
Why would I want to do that?
In the city, it's always good to know the right people and to stay on their good side. I could put in a good word for you. I can't and won't say more. The rest is up to you.
Да-да, братан, конечно. Тебя посадять.
I'll see to it that you are put behind bars.
Oh, I don't want any more trouble. If you think that's what you should do, then be my guest. Hey, be careful though. My friends are not gonna like what you're pulling here.
Да-да-да, друзі твої прийдуть, мені їбало зламають.
So, doing all right?
Go ahead, mock me. Eventually you'll get what's due to you, I swear.
Та-та-та-та-та-та-та-та. Я отримую на горіхи. Ти лякаєш, Осян. Якась добра людина розкидала по кришам барахло. О, ще бабки. Не дострибнути. Оп. Сюди, сюди. Там також може щось бути, але... Окс. О, Ocean. А. Блін, це ж з травою також треба буде цей квест виконати. А це треба вбити того чувака, який охороняє це все. А він дуже складно вбиваємий. Так, тепер треба Жорі сказати, що я знайшов цього чела і повернути йому золото. Де той Жора?
About the thief. Yes, how's it going? Have you caught him? And much more importantly, do you have my gold? You listen to the wrong people.
Yeah, I caught him all right. He's gonna cool his heels in jail for...
What about my gold? I don't know who to believe these days.
Here's the 50 gold pieces.
Inos be praised. There is still justice. I know who to believe these days.
Honestly, I witnessed it myself.
I want part of the gold.
If it's gold you want, then hunt down the thieves and collect the bounty.
That's an open secret.
Hear ye, inhabitants of
Ясно.
Corinus. By the explicit order
Послав
of the
мене.
Honorable Lord
Ну,
Hagen,
піду здам
the
його.
following decree is hereby
Сподіваюсь, нічого не зламав.
The security measures for the protection of the upper
Inos be with you, stranger. What brings you to me?
Так, я хочу здати вам уголовника.
I've come to collect the bounty for a criminal. Rengaru stole from the merchant Jorah. He tried to skedaddle, but I caught him.
Good. My men have already picked him up. He won't be stealing from anyone else in the near future.
Бабки, бабки, давай.
Here is your money.
Соточка чисто, найс.
About those missing people.
Just leave me alone with that. I've got other problems.
Так, не хоче він допомагати мені з людьми, які зникли.
I've got an important message for Lord Hagen.
Well, you stand before one of his men. What is the...
It's about a sacred artifact, the Eye of Innos.
The Eye of Innos. I have never heard of it, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. If there truly is an artifact of this name, only the highest members of our order would know anything about it. In any case.
That's why I have to talk to Lord Hagen.
Lord Hagen receives only paladins, or those who are in the service to paladins. It is beneath his dignity to waste his time with members of the common.
Так.
Why are you paladins in?
The goals of our mission are... I can only tell you that there is no danger. You need not worry.
Okay.
I want to take up service with...
Good. I can well use every able man here, no matter what his reason. If you place yourself in the service of the paladins, I shall help you get an audience with Lord Hagen. However, I have my orders only to accept citizens of the town into the... My commander is afraid that spies or saboteurs could sneak in. He wants to limit the risk this way. Therefore, you must first be a citizen of the town. Whether this rule makes sense or not is disputable.
Yes, я громадянин. Я громадянин, да.
What should I expect with the militia?
Let me make one thing clear. To be a soldier of the militia means much more than strolling through the city in a uniform. It is a dirty and even bloody job. Once you are one of us, a great deal of work will be waiting for you. But it is worth it. Besides the pay, you might someday have the chance of becoming a holy warrior of Innos.
Ура!
Is there a faster way to join?
You're really serious about this, aren't you? Good. Listen, I have a problem. If you solve it for me, I shall see to it that you are accepted into the militia. But the most important thing is, you must not breathe a word of it to...
Так, давай, рассказывай.
What's your problem?
Recently, there have been a number of thefts in the city. Thus far, we have not been able to capture anyone. The thieves are simply too skilled. The scum know their business. I'm sure that we're dealing with an organized gang. It would not amaze me if there were a thieves guild in Corinus. Find the leaders of the gang and hunt them down.
Banda.
Then I shall see to it that you are accepted into the militia, regardless of whether or not you are a citizen. But you must say nothing about our agreement.
Добре.
Where should I start looking for the thief?
If I knew that, I'd go there myself. I can only tell you this much. We recently turned the entire harbor district upside down and found nothing. The people there are not very talkative, particularly if you wear the armor of a paladin. But you are an outsider. They will not distrust you. You could ask around the harbor first, but be careful. If the people there realize that you are working for the paladins, you will learn nothing.
What should I do once I found one of the...
If it's a matter of a lackey, a henchman, or some small fry, it would be best if you should rather come to me and report. I shall then see to it that the fellow winds up behind bars. The city guard could intervene in an open battle, and you would not have the opportunity of explaining to them what is going on. Furthermore, there is a bounty for every rotten apple you put behind bars. However, if you locate the leader's hideout, well, then you probably won't be able to avoid a fight.
Це точно, якщо я зустрінусь з лідерами бандюків, то мені пизда. Так, 12 годинка. Треба побігати до 4 ранку. О, Вульгар, ти куди?
Nobody will learn anything. It's a bad business.
А.
I'd have gone about it differently.
Я можу тут знаходитись? Серйозно?
Do you really believe that?
Я думаю, я не можу тут знаходитись. Я не мав тут знаходитись? Мене б не мало вигнати звідси? Добре, тоді тут погуляю, якщо можна. Я тікаю.
I
guess some people just have to learn the hard way.
Що таке? Що таке? Алло? Ні! Суки!
I never want to see you in there again. Understood?
Бля, уроди, ёбані. Я все одно спробую туди піти.
But no, he insisted he knew better.
That's all just gossip.
Will it ever change?
Nothing amazes me anymore.
Nothing surprises me anymore.
What did you want to hear, huh?
Не, точно не будуть бити після цього? Я сподіваюсь, мене не будуть чіпати.
You again.
And never let me catch you in there again.
Бля.
Thanks for the gold, you hero.
Тварюки. А якщо я їх обійду?
Is it really true?
He would have never thought of that himself.
I know better off myself.
He listened.
That's really not my problem. What did you want in there?
Та чому ви чуєте через стіни, ублюдки? І ви взагалі знали, що там був?
I agree with you completely.
I don't know who to believe these days.
That's been known a long time.
Зар, можна вийти іншим шляхом? Можна.
Out! Yeah, get away from here! Yeah, get out! Yeah, get out!
Блять, уроди. А ті все одно будуть агритись на мене, я впевнений. А може і не будуть, вони ж так далеко, що не промальовуються навіть.
How's your duty?
Oh, these boys swing their swords like fun, but when I'm done with them, every single one of them will be a tough heart.
What's it like with the militia?
Lord Andre is our command. The militia used to report to the governor. He had no idea what we do. But Lord Andre knows what he's doing. He takes good care. Everyone who starts here gets some decent armor and a good weapon. And there are bonuses if you've done a good job. He pays a bounty for every criminal captured.
I want to join the militia.
So, are you a citizen of the town?
Yes.
Then talk to Lord Andre. He decides who gets...
Так.
Can you also train me?
Lord Andre has ordered that we train everyone, but that's only true for combat training. All other kinds of training, can you at least half?
I think so.
All right, you can start when...
Would it...
Quite simple.
Let's...
Так, ну ти просто вчиш нас, бра-бра-бра. Так, почти година. Ранку треба йти перевірити, чи на мене гвардія не нападе. Якщо не нападе, то можна сейвитись.
Due to the general situation, the forest and wilderness near the city are to be avoided for your own protection.
Ну, я забрав золоту цю тарілку. О. Онара. Це вона мені знадобиться потім. Так, ці на мене не агряться. Треба ще перевірити, чи ті на мене не агряться. Бам.
Who says things like that?
Так, все, здається, чисто. Нормальок. Так, ну я повернусь туди, щоб я знав, що мені треба робити. Мені треба 3 годинки почекати.
He can't keep anything to himself.
It can't go on like this forever.
It was obvious all along.
Now that's
Ну все. Все, коротше, піду в магаз схожу, поїм. Ну, потім буде аніме. Ой. Анатолічу велика дяка.